Good day everybody, and welcome to the stream. Rumors of my demise were greatly exaggerated. Indeed, we are still alive and kicking. I know the stream schedule has been a little bit lower than I would like to. Only streaming once per week for the last 2 weeks, 3 if you include this one, I think. I did only 1 stream per week. And this one is going to be a short one as well. I only have about 4.5 hours or so. But the good news is, and maybe next week already, but if not the week after that, my schedule should resume to normal, streaming twice a week. Hopefully Fridays in the late afternoon and evening, and Sunday basically 10 hours usually. Today we are having the good old problem that the grass is always greener at the neighbor's house. So we're going to fix that and make our grass greener as well. Thanks for the subscriptions, SG7 Spook and Mr. Mehano for the 6 and 15 months. Hello. Hey Obsolete, hello. Odium as well. More greenhouse effect. Yeah, we're having some greenhouse issues as well, I think. Let me switch off the chunks. I think pollution is kind of under control. It looks quite kind of scary, but it is at the moment not building up next to any chunk, if I correctly saw that in the opening a little bit. I think it was fine. Oh, thanks Odium, I think. Are those bits? I'm such a bad streamer. I don't even know if that's just an emoticon or if that is like some some like bits or stuff. Please enlighten me, because anyway, what is the first goal? Space to farm unlimited ores? Yes, but also no, because that is still pretty far away. We're literally like dozens of hours of research away from being able to unlock space. So the short-term first goal is to unlock these things, so we can run around twice or 2.5 times as fast. Second goal, I probably expand my inventory with this triple toolbar technology. And you know, you have the standard toolbar, which we ignored, gives you 10 inventory slots. But this triple toolbar technology, which obviously is a bit misspelled, gives you 30 extra trash slots, which you can just carry stuff around in until you actually have logistics bots. So that way we could use that like to bring like 3000 extra landfill up to the north to create more chunks, green chunks on the water. Because not only the grass is green in this playthrough, the water also has to be green. We're already doing a pretty decent job of making green water over here, but we also need to make the water over here green. A different type of green. Here has got to be green in terms of those expansion circles. We want as many of those as possible on the lake. And both having the exoskeleton as well as having that triple toolbar technology would come in very handy in making that process a lot more efficient. Being able to carry a lot more landfill up here and walk there twice or 2.5 times faster as well. Shall I add that to the quality mod then? Add what to the quality mod? So I'm a little bit lost in my own base at the moment because I have not been playing much, obviously, the last couple of weeks. Yeah, so we want this to happen basically. This is where a new enemy expansion will form, but due to our cheesing, they cannot actually get over there because they're too far away. And over here they cannot get to because there's simply no way to get on the water. The biters cannot cross these one-tile gaps over here, so they can still select it, but they cannot go there. In my base they could go, but they're too lazy, it's too far away to walk over. Correcting logistics bots to more inventory slots. No, let's not do that, because for the most of the game it will be logistics bots, and you cannot use those trash slots anymore. Let me just quickly showcase why that is so good at this moment. So let's say we unlock logistics bots. It is now researched, and we go out of editor mode. Now I have my usual inventory, but I also have 30 trash slots, and normally if you put stuff in there, logistics bots will take that and put that into logistics chests around your base. But we don't have those, and we neither have logistics bots, and we probably won't have them for a while. So that basically just means I can carry extra stuff in there. Like if I want to take belts to build a mine, I could just carry 30 stacks more belts and not have to come back to the base likely to do all my stuff. So that's why I call that the triple toolbar technology, because the actual toolbar technology only adds one line of inventory to your inventory slots, basically. Yeah, it's not easy being green. Alright, so today is going to be a relaxed stream. There's not going to be a lot of tactics or strategy. There's just going to be making chunks green, and I want to redo my radar network. Currently I'm running my radar network of a cheesy system, which I don't really mind. So we have two power plants. This is the base power plant up here, this giant thing, and it is powering the base with 300 megawatts. Then we have a special power plant here. It's a completely independent power network, and on here we've just got 42 radars. There should be more on them, but I disconnected a bunch of them accidentally earlier on. The trick is we're using only 4 steam engines to run basically 100 radars in the early game. Like I said, I disconnected a couple by accident. I just want to get rid of it. Not really because I mind the cheese, but we are no longer running mostly on steam, we're running mostly on solar. And I think I can afford to, with the current state of the base, the extra pollution the radars are gonna generate from powering the radars normally is gonna be negligible at this point, especially if you use those rare quality radars. So normal radars only cover like a 7x7 area, but rare radars cover an 11x11 area, so we need a lot less of them to have the same visibility. I'm not gonna change all the radars on the map. Like I've got plenty of like solar powered radars, those can stay. But everything that's gonna be inside our walls will have to get cleared up. Everything that's now on the power network basically. So this one is running on that 3.6 megawatt power network, basically granting us vision all the time. So yeah, I want to change that. I want to basically take up all those radars and take up the power network as well, because not only the pipes are making these chunks red over here, but also these power lines running through the area are also making these chunks red. So in order to green up the base properly, like we have been doing up here, we also need to get rid of all the power lines, so more of these chunks are available for the bytes to expand into. So we're gonna go dual function, picking up the pipes and the old radar network before installing a new radar network, getting rid of the separated power network. Let me find the crossing. So we no longer have to make these inconvenient crossings where one is the base and the other one is the radar network, and every time when you want to cross a network like this, it just wants to connect to each other, and then everything is running on the same network. So we have been painstakingly keeping those networks apart for all this time. I don't want to deal with that for the rest of the game because we'll be here for a while. I think it's time to start playing Factorio like a normal person, you know. I'm there at that point in my edited series. Let's also go that way today. How many expansion chunks do you need? There's been a lot of testing actually. So to our best knowledge currently, thanks to some guys on Discord, I forgot their names at the moment, who went into who basically decompiled the Factorio code and figured out some stuff. So basically I've got Where is it? I've got about 30,000 chunks on my map over here. What the algorithm does when a byter expansion needs to be selected, to the best of our knowledge, is it basically selects 30 chunks at random from the entire pool of 30,000 chunks. Not sure if that's equally weighted or not, but let's assume for now that it is. And then from those 30 chunks which it has selected, it does a very complicated algorithm of let me put on the values here. It does a very complicated algorithm on that, and it picks the one with the highest value. That is what it does. It selects 30 chunks and picks the one with the highest value. If there's like a tie, it picks one at random between all the ones with the highest value. That is, to the best of our knowledge, how expansion works right now. So my job basically is to make sure that out of as much of a subgroup of basically I want to make sure most subgroups of 30 chunks will have a reasonable chance to have one of the chunks in my base included in it. So that the expansion will not happen. 30 is not a high number though. I gotta make probably like at least like 10% of all chunks green if I want to have a reasonable chance of a chunk in my base being selected like 90% of the time or so. I didn't actually do the math on that, but for a feeling, if there's 30,000 chunks on the map and there's only a sample of 30, that means every chunk has only got a 1 in 1,000 chance to be selected. So I got to have several thousand chunks on the map to basically guarantee that most of the expansion attempts will have a chunk in the base. I do think we are over 1,000 by now. I haven't counted them, but kind of looks like it's more than 1,000 at the moment. It kind of looks like 10% as well. So yeah, but it would be good to have more chunks. That's what we're going to work on that today. We're going to green up the base, and after we get the exoskeleton, we might be greening up the water as well. Yeah, the point is, if a chunk in my base gets selected that is green, if a chunk in my base gets selected, that chunk is going to be the highest one, so that's always going to be selected over these chunks out of here. And these chunks have been manipulated so that expansions cannot happen. But you know, if 30 red chunks get selected, they could make an expansion over here, for instance. You can see there's many expansions on the map. We cannot stop it completely, I don't think, with only a sample size of 30. I definitely gotta make sure none of the chunks in my wall area have any chance to be the highest, but fortunately, without knowing about the exact mechanics, I did that. And basically make sure the chunk values are below 0.1 everywhere in my wall area. And if we just go look at a random area outside, we see many chunks which are higher than 0.1. So the chance that 30 chunks get selected and one in the wall is the highest one, that is negligible. That's lottery odds, I think. So we don't need to worry about enemies expanding in the wall area, at least. It worked a lot. It works a lot more simpler than I thought it would. From a coding point of view, it makes sense, right? It looks like complicated behavior, but somebody had to code it, and somebody probably coded it quite simply. And selecting 30 chunks and then simply the one with the highest value is the one sounds like something a coder would implement. So not to say that Factorio is a simple programmed game or something, but it's like when you're troubleshooting a problem, you always gotta try the easiest solution first, even if it's not the most likely one. Always try the most simple thing first. Right, I think we're ready to get started. We just fixed Skience at the end of the last episode, so when I loaded, these labs were not working. Looks like Skience is going back up to 990. So that's good. Basically what we did is we flopped some extra iron into the green Skience area, because green Skience is struggling a little bit for resources. So we have a little bit of our old furnaces working here. Looks like temporarily, because the iron ore is no longer coming in. Maybe we are just out of ore then. Yeah, all the ore is just going in green signs. Alright, so this is gonna be temporary then. Anyway, keeping 1000 signs per minute is not the hard focus for today. Today I want to focus on greening up the base. So we're gonna let signs decline just a little bit. If it goes like under 700 or so, I will start to get worried and we might have to like hook up like an extra iron patch or something, but for now I'm gonna ignore that because there's always something to fix. But today we're gonna fix the green chunks, that is the plan. You need 10,500 decoy chunks to have 95% chance of it working for 200 hours. Alright. You mean like to have not a single time in there that a green chunk gets not included in 200 hours. It's okay, it doesn't need to be 100% watertight, because if no chunk in the base gets selected, probably an expansion will form here, which is not dramatic. But we got to make sure that not the entire land can fill up in a fast amount of time, because if all the land fills up, then all the values become very low, and then the wall area is going to be the lowest. And then from there they can stepstone into my base. So we don't have infinite time. We just got to make sure to slow expansion down low enough so that not the entire world becomes super unlikely for enemy expansions. Alright, I'm gonna get started. Yeah, we got bots. That is why I waited to do most of the greening up until now. Because last episode we got ourselves some quality construction companions. 150 of them. I've got nothing. I don't even have batteries in my personal grid, because roboports are batteries. They have a 35 megajoule internal capacity, which is basically almost 2 standard quality batteries at 20 megajoules each. So before Space Age there was no reason even to put batteries in there if we just were gonna power roboports. We will need batteries for the exoskeletons though, because those don't have an internal buffer, whereas the roboports do. Right. So basically I gotta clear my inventory so I can pick up as many pipes as possible, because we placed quite a bit of pipes over the course of the playthrough. That is like 7 inventories worth of pipes. But we don't need to pick up. Most of those are gonna stay, of course, because a lot of them have been used to block biter bases or to like deny expansion area outside of the base. But also a lot of them have been used inside the base, so we're gonna pick those up. Alright, so what do we not need? Do I have... what kind of mining drills are on here? Yeah, okay, I picked up all the uncommon ones, so we only have quality mining drills and normal ones. We don't really have normal ones. All the normal ones we have run out. They're just there for nostalgia reasons. Our first iron mine, how could I deconstruct that? Yada yada yada. But we are no longer having any of these uncommon electric miners. We don't need anything basically. I should just put everything away and just select what I need. We're gonna make some radars as well though. Gun turret is good to have if I need to distract some worms or something. We're gonna pick up radars. We're gonna pick up radars and power lines, so I don't really need to take those. Take grenades. Couple of wall pieces. Actually, I know there's a section of wall which I did not make wall. It's over here. This should be walls as well. So that's at least... that's 5 stacks of walls. I want to take 5 stacks of walls then. So I can replace those pipes with some proper walls. Chests is always excellent to have. We don't need any belts or inserters or pipes. We do need our bots, obviously. I don't think we'll be using the roboports. Landfill, repair packs, let's take those. We're gonna be deconstructing some of those as well, I suppose. I think I'll just take some of the raiders. That's probably a mistake, but I think this is gonna be our inventory. Should I take something to craft something? I think I could pick up like resources over here if I needed to. I don't think we're gonna be crafting much. So I want rare raiders, but I'm not gonna place them yet. It's gonna be very difficult to see what area is already covered by rare raiders and where still old raiders are revealing the areas. I think I just have to deconstruct the entire network and then just reconstruct it from scratch. So we're gonna be blind for a little bit for the first time this playthrough. We won't be able to view all of our stuff remotely for a while, but I think that's fine. I think we're gonna just switch on the expansion chunk so we can have something to look at. So we already did it over here. This is the old border. Another chunk is selected for expansion. It is working a lot of the time already, so that's nice. This is already green, but here we stopped doing the old strategy because it was very time consuming picking up everything by hand. And the grenading pipes in the forests while waiting for the trees to heal up and then throwing the next grenade and eventually destroying the pipe while saving the trees, using grenades to save trees. One of the funniest strategies we did during this playthrough. So yeah, we basically have to see where we stopped deconstructing pipes. This area is clear. Looks like it's about over here. And over here. So yeah, and this area over here. Maybe I should just start at the end of the radar network over here. Start picking it up from this side. This is all going to be green chunks because there's nothing around. That's a pretty good area to start as well to show the effect. And then we can just start picking up the radars from the end of the power line while also deconstructing the double line of pipes we've got going around there. Yeah, I think we'll go here first. So let's make a marker over there. How far is that? It is 1.3 kilometers. Alright, let's go. Pick up pipe radar. Stupidity begins, I suppose. Yeah, I pride myself on being very likely the first player in the history of Factorio to save trees using grenades. How is that for a change? Why is there a C in Skience? Yeah, I misspelled that. Well, this is a quality playthrough, so not everything can be perfect. Let's just enjoy walking there at 1x speed, because soon we'll have the exoskeleton. Let's just suffer a bit today. Suffer the slowness of Factorio, guy. I think we need some way to walk around this lake. Oh god, we're gonna have to walk over this belt, slowing us down even more. Look at my incredible movement speed here. Holy moly. You know, if we suffer now, it's gonna be all the sweeter when we actually unlock the exoskeleton. That's gonna be the end of our non-tuple. How do you even say that? Non-tuple roboport grid. Alright, this is the cliff of there. Another chunk is blinking in my base, so I think just from empirical evidence, I would say more than half of the times a chunk already is being selected inside my base, so we are preventing at the minimum half of the biter expansions, probably more. I don't know, is there a way to... I don't think there's a way to quickly count green chunks. Well, there is a way, but that's a little bit not very nice. If anybody feels the need to count the green chunks visible right now, these chunks over here and these chunks over here, this is going to be a stream where there's not a lot to do, so a rough estimate would be good. I suppose I could do it myself, but I'm not really sure. I only have like 4 hours today, so maybe I should also not be using the one-time speed here. I will probably do a proper analysis myself for the video, not actually counting everything, but at least making a decent estimate. Alright, so we have this entire area which is red now. Let's just mark what is green for the moment, so we can see the changes. So this is green. This is basically the green border right now. And then I suppose here. Okay, and here it goes up. So all of the rest is red. For the rest here we have a lot of belts and stuff, but I think we're gonna get a lot in this green area over here. We gotta be careful though, because similar to how we are not getting green chunks, how we are not disturbing the green chunks around my power plant here, it's gonna work the same for clearing this up. We gotta clear up the stuff from the chunks which do not have we gotta clear up the stuff from the chunks which do not have circles in them first, before we clear up this, or else these chunks will still see these entities and they won't update when we deconstruct these entities later on. So I got my bots. I think we need a... well, that's a greener pastures. Looks like somebody already tailor-made this blueprint for me, so that's good. We're gonna put the greener pastures blueprint on there, power lines and pipes. And this is something I could not do myself up until this point. Pick up the tree, pick up all the pipes hidden behind the forests. Alright, so let's get going. We only have bot speed 1. Actually, last stream we also found a way to abuse the bots, or at least to abuse the internal battery of the bots. We can basically not use any power for these bots if we keep them from flying too far. It looks like the maximum distance they can fly without recharging is about 70-ish tiles, which means if I deconstruct this, none of the bots will charge up. Let me just quickly delete these so we can actually see. We don't see any charging animation on the bots when they come back, and then they are not using power from the roboports to charge themselves back up. But at some point that is going to be too far. Don't exactly know where. But let's have these bots come back, and if we will probably see the charging animation now on at least some of these. And those bots will be consuming power. Okay, here, that was the flight distance. All of these are going to be charging up, and they are going to be taking power, a little bit of power from the roboports. So if we prevent them from flying out too far, we won't need to spend any power, basically. So we can have energy-free construction bots. Alright, so this is entirely outside of the area, so I should have picked up everything right here. Ah, don't forget the radar. Yeah, I already forgot the radar. Notice you're streaming less these days. Yeah, I haven't had as much time, and also the videos have been taking quite a bit of work as well. Alright, so we first gotta deconstruct this radar and the entire power line. I suppose this will be faster by hand, so because I won't need to wait for the bots. But then again, I can spend some power, I suppose. Alright, I don't really care about the individual bots, they will be coming back to me. And I think with our rare solar panels we will have some charging capacity to keep the robopods from going fully out. So let's actually try to demonstrate that a little bit. Alright, so there's stuff in these chunks. If I now deconstruct stuff over here, this area should green up, but it won't. These two chunks will, because these are out of range. But these won't green up, because they still see this blob of pipes over here. If we now deconstruct that blob of pipes, these chunks won't update. Similar to the power plant shenanigans. It takes... let me place a single pipe here by bot. Bots are visible. Now it will update, it will suddenly become very green. But not completely green, only when I deconstruct it again it will be completely green. And now these chunks will have a value of 1. This one still doesn't. It's probably because there's gotta be something around in some chunk. I have no idea what. I think it's this single pipe right here. That pipe is in an expansion chunk, so that means this should update if I just deconstruct that. Let's go and take a look, just to confirm if it works the way I think it does. Let's see if it goes to 1.0. Alright, it does. Alright, so this area is now greened up already. So here we don't have expansion chunks because there simply is no biter base close by enough. This looks very out of tune as well. I think that chunk has not updated either. Let's go take a look. We got to go 2 chunks to the north. So it's this chunk. I'll place it by bot again. See if it updates. Okay, it does. And now it's 1.0 again. Alright, nice. And then the rest is down because of this stuff over here, I suppose. We'll get there, but for now we're gonna be following back the power line here. Right, let's see some estimates. 654 green chunks. Really, that is not a lot. I would have thought it was way more than that. 300 to 350? No way, there's definitely more than 350. Okay, I'm getting sniped into doing... Okay, every one of these is like 9. Let's say it's 10. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. 110, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. So that's already almost 200 chunks on the water. I overcounted a bit, so let's... Okay, that's actually the pretty large area though. 200 chunks on the water. 1, 2, 3. 10 by 10, that's 100 chunks right here. 100 chunks right here, 100 chunks right here, 100 chunks right here. Oh, you know, 600 might be actually pretty close. I thought it was more than that, but 600 might be pretty close. That is not great. Alright, we're not gonna suffer the exoskeleton. We'll just switch on the fake exoskeleton for now. So all of this doesn't take forever. Halfway through at 450, alright. Well, then you're gonna end up at 900 if you're halfway through. Statistically speaking. Right, how many bots do I control? I control 144 bots at a time. So if I don't want them to fly out twice, I should deconstruct no more than 144 items at a time. This is all within range. None of them should charge up if I do this. See if we get a charging animation. I'm still stuck in the tree somehow. Yeah, none of them are charging. All of them are just going back without charging. No blue flashy light. Alright, that's great news. Yeah, I'm not gonna wait for the bots for the power poles. That's just a couple bots at a time. So I think I'm just gonna delete those. Okay, looks like we're getting some multitasking going on, or why did those pipes get skipped? So I have to wait for everything to be back in my inventory then or something. So nice, these bots, man. It's a shame they're so slow still. Does it update if it gets selected? I don't think so. Did I ever see that happen? I don't think I ever saw evidence of that though. Okay, so we should be getting some greening up going on. So this area won't be green because we got some pipes in these chunks to protect the nest. But this area should become green. So let me see if I can do that somewhat scenically, perhaps. Oh, we still got pipes over there as well. I try to just deconstruct one chunk at a time, so we can see the effect happening on the map. That was one chunk only. Let's try a double chunk. So magical. Even the construction bots have a green hitbox on the map. Very fitting. Definitely more than 700, alright. I think now these pipes are going to be in the way. Oh hey Stefan, I missed that. Thanks for the 16th month subscription. Pipe, and pie. Update estimate to 619. So what would be a good number to aim for? Gotta do some of that group mathematics. The pick 30 chunks from a pool of 30,000. What is the chance that a chunk in a subgroup of 1,000 green chunks is part of that pool? Like if we got 30,000 chunks on the map and 1,000 of them are in the group which I want to be included in the pool of 30. I don't even know how to word this. A group of 30,000 and select 30. How big is a chance that one of the chunks in the subgroup of 1000 is included in the pool? Something like that, right? Actually, let me put the biter blocker thing on there. Right, so I can see I can safely deconstruct the pipes in this chunk without biters spawning in my face. I don't really care about cleaning this up, as these chunks are already done anyway. Yeah, how many green chunks would I need to have like a 50% chance of having one of the 30 from 30,000 to be green? And how much would I need to have, like 80% or 90% or 95 or 99%? I think you should count chunks green if they have a value of 0.2 or something. Yeah, the real off-limit values sit at... Alright, so there's two things. So, indeed, the real off-limit area has all got values below 0.1. But we still want to prevent the rest of the map from becoming settled anyway. That's the other function of the green chunks in my base. Because if the rest of the map keeps getting settled, eventually... with each new settlement, the expansion values around the new nest will diminish. So all the area will get redder and redder and redder until the values are lower than the ones in my wall. So I still want to have a good amount of... I want to be able... if I could block like 80 to 90% of expansions, I would be very happy. If I could prevent those from happening. Alright, this should be a moment where this entire area becomes super green. I'm gonna switch on the values as well for this one. Okay, there's definitely something wrong with the hotkey stuff over here. I think the mouse software is just faulty. Alright. So all of these should become 0.1. Let me position myself. There's a good moment for editing mic as well. Greening up some chunks. Alright, so that's... I cannot make those numbers bigger. Perfect. Nice. There's already a sizable amount of extra green chunks which we created, basically in not too much time. If we get 2000 green chunks, 88% chance of blocking expansion. Current rate is 24% with 619 chunks. To aim for 69%, nice, you'll need 3 times as much green chunks. Alright, 1500 greens for 50%, 2000 for 88. ChatGPT says, okay. You got around 800 to 850 green chunks, alright, thanks. That is great then. That means, according to the mod on the YouTube or ChatGPT site, we cannot be at 24%. We see blinking chunks way too often to be at 24%. 1500 greens to get 50%. One and 30 needs to be green for 90, 1 and 10 for 95, 1 and 7 for 99. Okay, 1 and 13 out of 30k is about somewhere between 2 and 3000. Okay, that so Nick Zam's mod lines up with Kyotech mod. As well as Mir4. That also seems to be in line. 1500 greens for 50%. I mean, every time, like I mean it's a small sample size, but so far every time we've watched, we see a chunk blinking in the base. Okay, so maybe it's not, so maybe my assumption of 30 chunks, or my assumption, maybe the decompiled code which indicated a pool of 30 chunks is, well, it's not quite as simple as that. There is some re-rolling going on as well, and when chunks are blocked and for some reason and whatnot, so I don't exactly know, but it seems like around 1500 to 2500 green chunks would be a good value to aim for. I think it and there are 30 picks. Yeah, there is some re-rolling stuff going on, which I cannot recall for out of the top of my head exactly how and when. It is 30 picks without you can pick a chunk twice. They are put back in the pool, so they're not excluded from the pool after being picked. That doesn't really matter on a pool of 30,000 chunks, I suppose, with a fair number of green ones in there as well. Won't have too much influence. Alright, that is blue chips researched. Of course I got the achievements already, but at some point I reset them. Because I accidentally loaded a save which already had more achievements than this game. Alright, I suppose for now we just keep going. Let's try to make some progress. Okay, so some of these some of these power lines, like this one and this one, could very well be used to block biters from popping out. I'm gonna use this one to contrast. Actually no, it works better with the pipe one. Yeah, then we can actually see what's going on better. I think I should be able to quick replace with a bot. If I do this. It should be done on the same tick. I hope. These seem to be not a part of anything. Of course, I'm not prepared with anything. I don't even have the gun turrets I took on my hotbar. Do we still have an empty hotbar somewhere? Maybe we can use this one. Alright, so panic mode. Do I want the flamethrower equipped though? I need walls to block in any biters. Gun turrets to distract them, potentially. I have the flamethrower to burn them. I have pipes, other stuff which could block entities. I suppose I have grenades. I don't think I'll be using those. Let me put the this one, and we'll use this one. How many researchers are required to get off the planet? Not that many anymore. So this is basically the research tree to get to rocket silo. It's just a couple techs. The problem is they're the largest techs in the field. 300k, 300k, etc. 1 million. Then we got thrusters for 500k and the planet for another million. So rocket silo plus planet plus thrusters by itself is gonna be over 40 hours of research, I think. Run! Right. It's a bit nerve-wracking to get that stuff out there, not gonna lie. I gotta keep the bots from charging if I can. $144 bots all being deployed at the same time. I probably should put those guys on there just to see how many we've got. The chance of currently having a green chunk in the selection is 0.00. That for sure cannot be true. There's way too many zeros. Mike only saves every 30 seconds or every 4 hours. Yeah. That is pretty accurate. Alright, next trader. So I suppose we're not really gonna get many green chunks because there's a biter base there itself. But we still just want to clean up everything. I think it's just faster if I do this myself, really. Maybe I should just try moving along. That's a lot more annoying than just watching the Roboport patterns. Also the back ones don't really keep up. Okay, here we can make this base perfect. Let's try to solve the puzzle. This is like Jenga. This is like Jenga in Factorio. Keep pulling blocks until a biter spawns, and then you lose. Okay, we're still not done. I think these can be pulled. This goes to there only, so these can be pulled. I think these can be pulled as well. I think now the Jenga tower is complete. If we pull one more block anywhere, the tower is gonna fall. Alright, so we should get a couple green chunks. I suppose these three, that's gonna be it. This is gonna stay fairly red. Nice. Isn't there one pipe? Oh yeah, you're right. There is one more. You win the game of Jenga. I hope. Let's see. Yeah, I think now this nest is perfect. Alright. I'm gonna try to speed it up a bit. Because this is gonna take forever with my normally slow pace. Okay, down. How are we gonna approach this area? Okay, there's a lot of pipes here. Look at that. Early game, Mike, what have you done to me? If I didn't have bots, that would just stay there. This is one line under the dotted line, I suppose. I think we'll just follow it up for now. And try playing at 1.5 times speed. Then I won't lose too much time when I look at the map. Alright, that's fine. Those bots can charge up when they come back. I won't lose too much time when I look at the map or chat, and I will still be able to grab all the stuff out of here. How's my inventory doing? Surprisingly well, actually. We're crossing the radar line again. Sync. Now this just goes down here. And this is basically one long line. Okay, so I suppose we should go down first then. Okay, we'll go down first. Okay, let's ignore the pipes for now. We'll first try to get the radar network. Sometimes it has a slow reaction to pick up one of the... Oh god. Where's that guy going? Oh, he's repairing a pipe, alright. I think we should not play Biter Jenga at 2 times speed. This one looks like it's not blocking anything. This one looks like it's not blocking anything. Alright. We should get a couple. Where's the chunk border? It's here. I think that's it. Just one chunk over here. And there we have the iron mine already. Suppose that's gonna run out at some point. We'll get it back, perhaps. Right, the furthest biter base is this one, so we should be able to deconstruct this as well. Okay, I gotta be sure to wait long enough, because looks like some stuff gets left behind. Did I just cut off the base? Yeah, I did. That was not a radar power line. That was the base power line. That's probably gonna be the end of my science per minute then. Did I really switch off everything? Yeah. Okay, I gotta be a bit more systematic about it then. Where am I going? This is radar. Okay, that's radar. Base is there. I suppose we connect to there then. Okay, steel smeltery on again. That's good. There's gonna be a dip after 15 minutes or so once that once those bells finally reach the base. Right, so this line is my radar line. So I was on the right track. I just did not need to take this one down. If you remove everything and then only repaste the right spot, it will clean up. Potentially. These electric furnaces were switched off as well, it looks like. I think that should work, yeah. Although I'm not sure if it would just... So if it's marked for deconstruction and then I paste it, I think it still wants to pick it up. Yeah, it still picks it up before a new one gets placed, apparently. Holy moly, that's a lot of pipes in the forest. This is not a... There's too many biter bases here, as well as mining drills, walls, my smeltery, etc, etc. So we're not gonna have green chunks here a lot. Again, this one gets left behind, only a bot. Okay, I gotta be careful with this, looks like. I think I just have to do like single commands and just wait for the bots to return. 144, there we go again. Every bot deployed. Oh, wait. I almost set these biters free. Or did I? I think no. Yeah, this is entirely outside of the range of the biters. This should be fine. Sir Green chunk a lot. Right. No biter spawned yet, so... Alright, this is our big line again, so I suppose we first go quickly take down that raider line in the south. I'm just gonna start at the end. Right, the dip is still not there. That is how long... That is how long the stuff is taking to reach my base, I suppose. Okay, is this the end of the line? I think it is. I suppose we have these pipe walls as well. This could go. Yeah, I think we should delete that as well. Okay, this is in the chunk where the wall is, so I didn't necessarily need to delete those pipes, but they look a bit out of place. As long as the values keep being high enough. I guess we'll only know once we deconstruct that. Yes, this chunk already has walls in it, so this pipe is fine. I think I need a bit extra here because I don't have the back line of pipes to diminish the values, so we're gonna leave that for now. I do want to take this though, because this is gonna clear up some potentially useful green chunks. Let's see how the bridge is looking over here. Thanks CTX Tiger for the 14th month subscription. Right. That is not in a chunk, so that has to be cleared up first. This is not in a chunk either. Can I get that? I can. I should maybe just make a land bridge here. I do want to keep the gaps. Oh, we got medium Johnny there as well. We'll take all of this. Alright, the rest is for when we come back here after we loop back around. Yeah, if you block the biters with walls or something, like if biters try to expand from this side to this side, they will just chew their way through the pipes. I think we should get a nice visual from here. Let me see if I can eat up the edges first. Alright, we should have a good effect here again. Oh, that happened so fast in the end. Alright, we still got some blobs over here. And of course the radar line here is actually annoying us. I should have done that first actually. You know what? I didn't see it was just a tiny bit of radar. We're first gonna have a little bit of play with the medium Johnny up there. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Medium Johnny is definitely gonna get some shots off. I gotta keep my bots out of range somehow. I do not want to lose any bots here. I'm not really sure how I should do this. I suppose we'll save over that soon. This is gonna be Tofu save. Okay, let's wait for the bots to come back. I could potentially, it will shoot the bots, but I could potentially distract Johnny myself. As long oh, I'm out of range. That's a good shot. Okay, no bot got destroyed. One guy got close. I think I'll just pick these up myself. Alright. Thanks, Johnny. Johnny's don't count for redding up chunks, so that is good. This is the giant biter base up there, so this is as good as we're gonna get it in the north here. Oh, hey, SB. Yeah, bots repair themselves. Bots really have some really exploitative mechanics to them. We can deploy them for free, energy free, if we don't send them out too far. I think it's about if they fly less than 5% of their maximum flying reach, which is 1.6 kilometers. Something like that. It should be then 80 meters. They can fly at about 80 meters. And then they just skip the recharging. So I don't know if that's true, but it could be 5%. At least for this specific situation, it's like that. Alright. I suppose we'll delete Tofu save. And we'll be right back here with greening up the base. I need to take a quick break. quick break, yeah. I don't think I even saved. I did save. Am I at the point where it still matters though? Should I reload? You know, that might actually be the save before we went to play with the medium worm. Yeah, it is. Alright, so good that I didn't do that. So we'll continue on. Whoops. Wait, what? Did I mess it up? Oh, looks like I messed it up. Alright, looks like I messed it up. So let's just redo that real quick then. Okay, just scream at me, Mr. Johnny. Oh, that's a lot of bots. Hey. Keep the bots out of the line of fire. Alright, I think we got everything. Alright, let's run back. Ooh, Johnny at 2 times speed. Second first try. Nice. Alright, my tofu. I deleted my tofu save, right? Yeah, I deleted my tofu save. Alright, but now we're here. Now we'll save. Now we should have a nice effect of chunks becoming green if everything is within my range. It is. Alright. Let's put the values on there as well. We gotta make sure that these chunks stay under 0.1. We still got some stuff over here, I suppose. Let's first delete this though. Numbers go up. Not quite completely though, looks like I missed something somewhere. That does very much feel like a single pipe somewhere. Maybe just a raider. Alright, I know what it is. It is, I did not clear this up in the right order or something. Alright, yeah, looks like I did do something not in the right order. That means to update this chunk and this chunk. This has still got stuff in there. Alright. Yeah, I think that is still for later. How is the chunks here though? I would like to green those two chunks up, but I also would like these values to become lower again. So I think what we're gonna do is we gotta clear this line of chunks, but we can't put stuff in this line of chunks because the walls are already there. Let's first grab these. That will clear this up. But now these chunks are way higher than I would like them to be, so I'm just gonna place a pipeline in the same chunk as where the walls are. And that should bring these values down again without affecting these. The third line is okay. Those chunks are already theoretically not reachable for the biter expansions. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, we cannot expand from here, we expand from here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. We should be good. We should be good there. So I'll just do this then, to make sure those values stay low enough. Now we got 2 more cookies to clean up over here. That should do us a lot of good as well. Alright, I suppose these chunks are still affected by this pipes over here and by the pipes over here in this chunk. Yeah, this is fine now. We got these belts here which diminish the values up to here, so we don't need to keep the rest of the pipes around. Okay, gotta be a bit careful around these nests, but I think this is outside of the reach. So this should be my base then. Okay, it is. Did the science dip just never come? Or did I just miss it? Ah no, here's the production dip. Okay, so the science dip will soon come after we made that power mistake half an hour ago. Alright, so I wonder if this trick still works. There have been rumors about that this was fixed. So my robots now are full. Yeah, they're full. What if I just catch the bots? That used to work. Then they would not recharge either. No, it still works. Now this will go down if I let him charge. Yeah, you can see that. Alright. Okay, so catching the bots still works as well. I don't know exactly where I saw that, but I saw somewhere that somebody claimed that did not work anymore, but apparently it still does. Okay, this is the last of it. And we get a single line of green chunks in the middle here, or at least like 3 of them or something. Something is better than nothing. This chunk, we got the pump jack in here, so this will never be a 1.00. Right, all that effort for 3 chunks. 4, I suppose. Alright, it's time to get back over... think we're gonna do this backwards then, since there's that power line connected to anyway. I have a little bit too much clutter on the screen to be able to see anything really. What is this? Here's the base. And then the radar is this one. Guess this is the end of the line then. The line goes like so. And it comes all the way around here. And then it goes up. And then it goes up. And then it goes here. So this is basically a long, how do you call this? Like a swirl out to this radar over here. So we want to clean up from this direction back to the base then. Where is that? It's over here. Is that a kilometer away really? Okay, can we clean up anything on the way then? Oh wait, this is the wrong one. I know, it's not that far. Yeah, right, let's just go there. Is there still a chest there? I think the only iron chest left is in the middle of the big worm mine in the far southwest corner of the map. Let's have a quick look at pollution now that the clutter is gone. Alright, yeah, we are good, I think. Especially with the gap in production, because I disconnected power accidentally, I suppose. Yeah, everything is fine. Right. The most distant radar. Suppose we'll leave the gap in the belt. I gotta be careful with the pipes because... Wait. Okay, nothing spawned. I think I can afford the charge. Let's just do it. Okay, that did not really last long. That's a sad orbit. Those were 2.5 belts. When we started mining that, it was a proud 8 million ore patch over here and 7 million over here. And we've got like scraps left, 169k. Alright, we're back at the pipes as well. Okay, we got two directions now. Suppose we'll clean this up until here. This is the base. And this is the radar. So far so good. Radar line goes up again. We're almost out of inventory space. Oh, did I put the solar panels back? Yeah. Okay, this area is not gonna be green. There's too many biter bases in the proximity. I mean, this is safe for sure. I think we're just gonna leave it at that. Yeah, that pipe is part of the blocker. Power line goes above. I think I should be able to take this power line though. It is part of a spawning location for this spitter base, but I don't think spitters can currently spawn there because their hitboxes have become too big. Let's try. Alright, appears to be working. Here we should get some green chunks again. Like 2, maybe these 2 actually. Yeah, that's... Maybe this chunk as well. Yeah, this chunk will become green as well, and these 2, that's about it. So many dead turns here. Those used to despawn. Oh wait, these 2 are gonna turn green as well eventually, as soon as we pick up all the power lines, I suppose. We lost a lot of gun turrets in the early game. Alright, now we are at this pipeline. Alright, then we got one raider here, and we will first pick up all the pipes on the left side here. Yeah, Factoria soundtrack is absolutely ripping, man. I don't know how, but the original soundtrack already was insanely good, but the new Space Age soundtrack is, I think, has even exceeded the. It's just each planet has such a very distinctive sound composition. Okay, this base, we should not deconstruct that. I went too far this time. That's gonna cost me a lot of power. It's not too bad actually. Alright. Just tuned in, what are we doing? making the greener grass. We're envying our neighbors, and we want to have greener grass as well. Again, why do these 8 get skipped for such a long time? That's a bit annoying. Because now I need to be pretty careful about not accidentally leaving something behind, because then the entire cleaning up stuff is not going to be working as well. Okay, so now we go to this raider and continue from there. The entire south part is done. So we got, what did we get? We got a couple chunks over here. Like 10 or 20. A few in there. We got most of them in the early part here. I think though the right side of the map and this part is gonna have a lot of green chunks for us. You can already see the old border here. There's a lot of chunks. We're gonna have a lot of chunks here, I think, as well. Those are already marked, so I don't really need to mark those again. The grass looks greener is a banned Yu-Gi-Oh card. I had no idea. Okay, we're gonna lose vision of our oil storage tanks for a while. They're about more than halfway full. This is still going. Exoskeleton is about to complete though, so maybe we should go back to the base. We should go back to the base anyway, because we're out of inventory space. Okay, let me just pick up this last power line. And that is definitely a spawn location. Okay. I'm just hoping the instant tick thing will do it. The rest does not look like a spawn location. I'm just gonna chance it. And then the problem is going to be the bots are still going to be slow. We are going to be fast, but the bots are going to be slow. Okay, this is where we're at then. We are definitely going to go back to the base to make ourselves some exoskeletons. Actually, I forgot. Those things require some blue chips. We just went through 50,000 science packs worth of technology where I had a chance to make blue chips, but all I chose to do was pick up some pipes. Alright, I suppose we also picked this up. Should not be part of anything. I think we should be good here. Alright, so this is the point where we got to go to when we come back. Let's go make ourselves some exoskeletons. Holy moly. Why not add radars to the deconstruction planner? Yeah, that's a good point. I should just do that. Alright, what should we research next though? I think first I'm going to let production back up again a bit. Okay, it's already backed up. How about red and green signs? It's already backed up as well. What's next? Alright, so the logical thing, like the responsible thing to do, is of course to go for rocket silo. But Well, this technology... Okay, so we got a problem. We got a power problem. Our power problem is basically that the era of 30-second technologies is kind of coming to an end. Which means we're going to be switching on double the laps in case of rocket silo, but for all the other technologies it's 45 seconds. And we don't have that amount of power available, I think. We are doing like 330 megawatts. The labs are doing 54, so they're gonna do 27 megawatts extra. Maybe that's acceptable. That's right on the 360 megawatt limit. We do have more steam power because of our quality steam engines, but we did not expand the solar field yet. I'm just finding excuses for not going towards rocket silo. Okay, so let's just cut the crap. What do I want? I want 30 extra inventory slots, which actually are on the way to rocket silo. So that is a valid, actual, responsible choice. This though is less of a responsible choice. And I think even more, this so is also probably a less responsible choice. But it would be so good to have power armor. I could run my 9 roboports and like 3 exoskeletons or something like that at the same time. Whereas with the modular armor I'll have to switch, and I'll have to... Every time I take out the roboports they'll lose their charge. It takes forever to charge them up. It would be great to have power armor. It would be great to have some faster bots as well. For just 3 million resources. 3 million resources and the bots could be faster. 6 million resources. Power armor could be ours. Do we have that though? I think we do. And I think I'm not ready yet to go into the like the 45 and 60 second technologies. We do have concrete as well though. That is gonna build up our steel and red chip supply real nice. Since this is not consuming blue signs for 5 hours, we're gonna get tons of those things, red chips and steel. Alright, let's just keep it in the list, but first we'll get the responsible tech of logistics bots. That's good as well, especially for like... This is good for everything. Those 30 extra inventory slots will save me a bunch of trips back to the base, walking. Whereas bot speed, it's nice to have, but doesn't really feel that necessary. I would rather have the power armor, really. If anything. Alright, we'll keep those in the list. Let's just pretend that after that we'll go rocket silo, you know. There, it is in the list. It is in the list. Rocket silo, there, you got it. At the end of the queue. And after that we need a trigger technology. Send a space platform back to space. We'll go logistics bots first. What about mining prod or tool belt? Mining productivity 2 is not worth it. It's too expensive. It costs... I think it was like 15 million resources. So we gotta spend 150 million or so before that becomes good. And we were not projected to spend that, given that I don't take any deviations from a rocket silo whatsoever. With such levels of distractions, next level of mining productivity should have been researched long ago. Oh man, we're gonna have so many pipes. And power lines. I'm already swimming in those things because of my adventure to make those uncommon ones. We still got our walls. Stone furnace. 2 pieces of wood apparently. I think the rest is alright. We did not pick up solar panels. Alright, exoskeletons. We prepared some of it. We've got the hard stuff. Right, I prepared most of it. I prepared all of it. This is what we need. We need 90 of these. So that is basically what we need. And then we need 10 green chips each. So that means basically throwing this into a blue chip assembler. And then turning that into 3 exoskeletons. We could use some productivity on the blue chip assembler. I do have some good ones still actually. So I suppose let's do that. Let's also just throw these in here. It's at the base anyway, I can grab those any moment. Alright, that means I need my normal inventory for a bit. Now let's just keep this. What do I need? I'm gonna need some stuff. Some pipes, some belts. I have sulfuric acid, right? For the batteries already, so I just replace those for blue chips assembler. And I should be good. This is 30 cycles. I should probably let it run on a single assembler. You know, I don't have patience for that. If we're gonna go power armor, I'm not saying we're going power armor, but you know, theoretically, if we were to go power armor, we would need 40 more of those blue chips. And we might need some other things later as well. You know, I'm not searching for excuses or anything. It's just that, you know, well, we only need 40, right? Actually, I don't see anything else. I guess rare quality asteroid collectors could come in handy, I don't know. Uh, 30 cycles, this is like 12% productivity. That is every 8 and a bit cycles. So I'm just gonna bring a bit extra. I forgot to bring iron. I can snatch some iron off the belt here. Oh, I have bots actually. Hey bots, clear this area a bit. This thing is good. Let's see. Well, it's good we'll have exoskeletons soon. Let's use our highway. Yeah, logistics bots are no longer a luxury. I wish they were. I don't really... I mean, I do like logistics bots, but I don't really use them that often. Let's do some inserters as well. Chests we have, power lines we have some. At least we'll be back to 1000 signs per minute for a bit again, with our 1000 signs per minute base. Oh wait, they have to be rare quality. So that is 15 cycles each. We need 17 cycles each. Ideally we just need 25 cycles each. That will get the best results. Let's go just 25 cycles each. That's 500 greens in total. Alright, that should do it. Forgot that I don't have fast inserters. So let's use at least those. Alright, and then just some sulfuric acid in there. 25 cycles. These things take 5 sulfuric acid each. We have 50 cycles in total. So that's 250 sulfuric. Is that only 250 sulfuric acid? Alright, 1 million circuits. Nice. Since we started again, I suppose we have way more than those. Yeah, we're up to 7.7 in real life. I reset achievements 1 million circuits ago. You know what? Let's not min-max sulfuric acid. Let's just go first blue chip production with 12% productivity bonus. If I unequip robots, they would go into the bot network, but I don't have one, so they'll just hang around in space indefinitely. I need to do this anyway. So let's... if I now unequip this, they just stop. Because they have nowhere to go. And they'll just hang there forever. Ah, pin hands clean. Yeah, I forgot about that. When I film, I usually switch it off. Because I set up scenes in editor mode sometimes to refilm. And then this breaks. Alright, so I don't really need to wait around for that. But what else could I possibly do? We cannot even remotely check out our base anymore because I'm deconstructing the radar network. How many chips are available in here? Yeah, I suppose I'll reconfigure that a bit. Alright, 3 full chests for every setup. Alright, that is pretty much 3 chests per setup then. Alright, so that is fairly decently divided. So, and when I'm totally relying on this, it should be able to feed the belt a bit longer. You know what, yeah, let's just retally our rare resources. That is a lot of steel, actually. One more pipe, which got stuck somewhere sometime long ago. I'm not going to be able to carry all of that. Alright, let's do it one step at a time then. By the time we ferry this around, the blue chips should be done. How is steel looking in general? Okay, that is a lot of steel. Okay, we definitely have enough steel to do most of the things we want to do. That is for sure. Let's put those in there. Okay, let's collect red chips then. Those are not almost out, but I cannot say we really have a large amount of red and green chips in stock there, but looks like we're making those steadily. It kind of makes sense too, you know. It should be 1000 times easier to get rare quality materials in this playthrough, since I'm using 1000 times as much resources to make signs, to progress. Of course, I also have more I don't have 1000 times the infrastructure of a normal playthrough though, but I do have more yeah, I do have more infrastructure, maybe 20 times as much. That still makes it 50 times easier to gather rare materials, I suppose. 2400 reds, still, it's not a giant amount still, despite it theoretically being easier to get these resources. Right, how's it looking for green chips? More than an inventory, huh? Okay, let's see how many rare ones there are. Alright, that's a fair amount. 2k there. Okay, so we have the ability to make more like good quality modules, like better productivity modules for the labs or for blue science. We can do it. In fact, I actually think maybe at some point we should be making Mark II efficiency modules for all the assemblers, which basically only have 2 module slots. That could get us down to almost minus 80%, minus 78% energy consumption per machine, which basically halves the energy cost and pollution output of a current assembler. So this 60 kilowatt would go down to 30, and 1.2 pollution would go down to 0.6. So basically halving the power and pollution output of anything that has 2 module slots and uses efficiency modules. Of course, those things are already pretty small contributors to the current total energy and pollution pool anyway, but still. Most of the pollution is coming from the ones which we productivity module, like blue science over here. This copper cable is gonna be crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna reset up the radar network, but since we're gonna use rare radars, we can place them more strategically, and the power lines currently also are in the way of the power lines are currently in the way for greening up the chunks. Since we are deleting the pipes, it doesn't really make sense to delete the pipes if I cannot also delete the power lines. Oh, this is gonna overflow. Okay, we got a chest of those things. Where were we? You know, that power armor, that would give me another 16 inventory slots or so, I believe. Just saying, you know, not that I would be so irresponsible to detour to power armor specifically for that, spend 6 million resources, but just mentioning that. Okay, let's one more time take everything. And I think the blue chips should be ready by now. Hopefully we'll have triggered the bonus effects properly. Okay, all the bonuses have been triggered, there's nothing left over. So 50 cycles now got us 56 processing units instead of just 50. So that's probably was worth it. We grab this as well. And suppose we'll leave the 2 battery things here. You know, I'm gonna take the modules back home. I don't know what I would be using them for. Let's spend 2 hours on research to save 2 30-second trips. That's exactly the reason why I don't build stone or concrete parts. It takes more time to build it than that you get back out of it, unless you really frequently use it. Alright, that's 2 lines of those, a line and a half of those. Copper cable. We could make more chips with these copper cables and some iron plates as well. If we were to save up iron plates. Alright, and then we need 30 of these. And the rest is going to be left over. It is time to make exoskeletons, man. That means we're gonna need the 2 batteries we made earlier as well. I'm gonna be optimistic and sacrifice solar panels instead. Not sure how that's gonna go. So theoretically I could run 3 exoskeletons with 3 roboports. I actually think I value my roboports more during the deconstruction of the pipes era, so probably gonna just keep all the roboports. But we're gonna have, we're gonna at least take the exoskeletons for a quick spin. There we go. If you don't want to lose your charge on your roboports, have a separate modular armor for them. Don't invalidate my reasoning to go for power armor, please. Yeah, that actually would be better then, yeah? I could just switch out the modular armors and still have the 9 roboports or 3 exoskeleton benefit. But of course with 2 power armors I could have way more roboports and way more exoskeletons, so I could still go for power armor. You know, not that I would be that irresponsible, but... These things are cheap, man. 50 steel, 30 advanced circuits. I could even just like transfer the solar panels. I don't need to keep the solar panels in there. We could just do this. That is again Björn. Björn is always here with the great ideas. One which should have been obvious from the get-go for me. Some would say a seasoned veteran, but time and time again it turns out that I'm not. Yeah, I can take this off and I can put it back on again and the charge should be in there. Yeah, that is true. So if I switch it, I just need to be sure my inventory isn't full. Actually, no, that doesn't happen anymore. If your inventory is too full, you simply cannot take off your armor anymore. That has been changed. Can we rename armors? We cannot. Alright. So then I could just stuff those in there. Unfortunately, no matter how I do it, only 3 of these will fit. Oh, I've been editing the armor inside the assembler. Alright. It is night now, so it won't work if I switch it. Since there is no charge in there. But as day comes, I should ever so gradually start gaining speed. Okay, let's just keep walking. I think we're speeding up. It should be a mouse over for movement bonus. Just cannot see it at the moment. Okay, there we go. Electricity is getting in there. Hey, a movement bonus. 12%. 20%. It should go up to 150% or so, almost. Okay, we're gonna run back, apparently. I feel like a train pulling up. I'm turning into what's the guy of the Michael Johnson or something, or maybe Kipchoge, since we're gonna run more than 100 meters with this. Oh man, this feels so good. Look at that guy. I think I should have the live power generation for my solar panels. Yeah, we got 624 kilowatts. So by the time it's fully day, I should max out without the batteries. We should even be charging the batteries eventually. Once we max out on speed. Look at that, man. That is fast. That is fast. Okay, yeah, batteries are charging up while I'm running. So then the question is, will these batteries last through the night? But yeah, we have reached top speed. Before I would need to speed up the game to 2.5 times speed to get the same running effect. So let's compare it to armor off, armor on, armor off, armor on. Nice. Alright, and if we need a roboport, we can simply swap out the armor. And then we can do roboport stuff. Alright, we run to the next location, switch armor, and go. It's probably... You know, I don't even need... I don't even need solar panels on here, because we can exploit the bots to not charge up, and this will basically last forever. Let's try that. Let's just try that. Alright, where were we? So, where were we? We were over here. I probably should make a save for editing mic, but that's too late a bit. Too late save for exoskeleton. I can just reset the armors, that won't be too hard. I can just use the clip from the stream. Too late save. Use clip from stream. There we go. Yeah, solar panels only work when wearing the armor, that is true. I need to go over here. So now, now comes the point where the bots will definitely start feeling too slow again. Actually no, because I will be wearing my bot suit. And then the and the bots won't feel too slow again. Carefully not connected to my base network over here. The radar power network is almost getting enough power now. We are powering less and less radars with every one we deconstruct. Why is nobody picking that up? Pick that up. Alright, we're gonna be getting another... This is all gonna be green chunks as well, so that's gonna be great. Oh wait, I'm not doing a good job at not letting the bots charge up, so we're gonna lose some charge, I suppose. That chunk does not have an expansion circle, so that should go first, and the rest, it doesn't really matter. I think we get the best effect if I first... pick up the radar line here. We do have the oil pipe. We have all the belts going in these chunks as well, so this area will become green, like this area over here. But for the rest, it's gonna stay red, I suppose. Is this the furthest out radar? It is the furthest out radar. Okay, so where is this going? That is going up there. Okay, I'm doing a horrible job of not letting my bots charge up, so let's put the solar panels in there at night. That will probably help. I'm probably just gonna make some extra solar panels for the armor. Yeah, but I would have to move the coal belts as well. Those go through the same chunk and there is water there, so I'm not gonna do that. Ideally though, I would have kept that in mind. I would have kept in mind everything at the very start, but I didn't. Let's use bot speed 4. Alright, so now I should be able to pick up everything, right? Yeah, I think the rest we can pick up in one go. It's probably too many pipes. 191. 153. 146. Alright, 144. That is everything my bots can pick up at once. So this should be another one, another big greenification. Is that a word? Now it is. When you're not a native speaker, you can just make up words and they're valid like that. Here we go. It's like magic, man. It's like magic. How the colors change. Beautiful. The thing, I will lose a lot of range if I go less roboports, which is good in one way, but also bad in some other. Oh, I hope that's, yeah, that's repair packs, alright. That should be fine, question mark. You can use blue inventory slots for your mod armor and I can. But then I can no longer transfer 2 chests full of stuff at the same time, since this that will be blocked then. So another reason I would need power armor, then I could make 16 of these blocked chunks and I would still be able to transfer 2 chests at once. Very, very good argument, I agree. Oh, we're gonna clean up this giant big mess over here. This is the result of our Save the Tree grenade campaign, believe it or not. Looks like some of the pipes are still damaged, so those are gonna get fixed first. Now we can look at all those crosses. There goes the repair bots. Let's try to keep up. It's not easy moving through this forest. Alright, that does not net us any green chunks, but so be it. Well, these chunks are gone anyway. Do I keep the radar there though? I think we'll just pick it up. Let me just double check that before I send the bots out. It does seem fine, alright. I go stand a bit further away if I can. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh god. You almost don't see him, but there's so many pipes. Like I just spammed the pipes, never thinking I would need to pick them up again. The forest of horror. Okay, we got another 3 medium Johnnies up here. Okay, that radar line ends over there. I think we'll just try to pick this up ourselves. Let's switch armor then. I think, yeah, I gotta just have the solar panels in there. It takes so much time to switch that around that it kinda is not worth it to... to switch armors anymore. I put the modular armor on the quick bar. Do they actually have separate... Oh yeah, they do have identities. Ah, dang it. Okay, of course they have identities because they have inventories. Yeah, I cannot shift click that in my armor slot though. Yeah, not sure yet how I should handle that. Okay, so what about here? Should have one with the expansion distance on there. I could get some green chunks here, but I feel I don't really want to. It's just like a handful. I could take this though. Okay, this is not working very well. We got one green chunk. We might get a couple more after we deconstruct that pipe wall there. No, I do not want to make a screenshot. Go away, Windows. Okay, focus. First pick up the radar stuff. I still need to get used to my newfound speed. Keep missing. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go for power armor. The switching is, you know, a person with skills actually could do that a lot better, but I feel I will be fumbling so much with these armors. Then I'm probably just better off going for power armor. There's no other option. I need to do it. It looks like it's a requirement for me to get through this playthrough. Or I'm going to bore you all to death with switching armors until the end of eternity. I have to do it. It's not in my control. It is just a fact that it has to be done. So yeah, what can I say? Power armor is gonna stay in the technology list then. Anything to get power armor. Two hours dismantling pipes. I should speed this up a bit more. I'm trying to, but well, you know how it goes with me. Where's this line going? This line's going here. I think I build this in such a way. I would imagine past Mike built that in such a way so that the power lines would not mess with the biters. Don't tell me I cannot reach that power line. That means if I cannot reach that power line, that means I have to switch armor again. So I can do this. And the bot can pick it up from behind the tree. Okay, where's the pipeline? The pipeline is down there. We're doing a decent job though. We can do we can do it at the same time now. I'm just gonna keep the game on 2 times speed. And that's just gonna be it. No more messing about. Editing Mike has got his saves anyway. How many times should I show the magic greening up of the base? Fix the oil pipe. Can I really get a chunk? I put the power line there. This is gonna be wasted anyway. It's gonna be wasted anyway because of there's a pump jack here in this chunk. So this chunk is affected. And then the belts here means this chunk is affected. So it doesn't really make sense to move the power line unless we move a whole bunch more things. Okay, here we're gonna get some nice greening effects as well, I think. So let me just first pick up the radar line. We're just gonna let those bots charge. How's science per minute doing? 890 still. Okay, that's not bad. This is right. Okay, that's one which is gonna be changed out. I think that's the only pipe which is gonna be changed out. Don't spawn anything. Alright. Oh. There's my hotbar with guns and stuff. A little nerve-wracking. Can do this one as well without any effect. Okay, can I set this up nicely? Not really. we're just gonna ignore this side. Not much will happen there. Okay, this should be another super green one. No, I do not want to restart. Thank you very much. Do I still have some charge in my robots though? Yeah, still something in there. Ah, nice. There's a couple pipes left over at the south there. Hello? Alright, 1 second. Alright. Have you decided what the first planet is gonna be? No. Still playing with a different idea. Which I still am not quite sure of if it will be viable. Until I do not really want to say anything about it just yet. Now we got a double pipeline here already. A kilo first. Would be interesting if it was possible. Okay, this is not gonna green up anything just yet. Wait, now we are there. 6 too many. Should have a decent effect. I think we're making way more green chunks than we ever did with a landfill like this. But this also would not have been very viable to do before bots. Because it would also delay our science build, I suppose. And here we're gonna get some greens as well. Okay, I think I have found the way. Unless there's a cliff in the way. Oh, here we go again. Right, this and this is pretty certainly right. Again, theoretically these, which previously were blocking spawns, now should no longer be necessary. I'm not brave enough to try that without Tofu saving again. Alright, it does though. Why tofu? Because there's a certain phrase on this thumbnail. So we cannot make chicken saves. A soybean save, maybe. Ah wait, now we enter the area which actually needs to be a wall. But which just happened to align with some previously placed pipes. Okay, that is not working flawlessly, apparently. How about if I just do large sections? Again, one is skipped for some reason. I don't know, there's something weird going on with bot tasking. Again, one is skipped. Yeah, I think that's all of them. Yeah, okay, that's all of them. Oh, Dodge is here. Yeah, construction bots. I even got the exoskeletons now, but switching out armors is too much work for me, apparently. So we gotta go for power armor so I can run everything at the same time. It does feel weird to go this speed without speeding up the game, actually. I'm just too lazy. I'm just press the speed up game button instead of using what I should use. Okay, we're ready to green up some more chunks. Okay, I'm not gonna make that base perfect. That is... Is that going out this far? That's weird. It should be going out. It's this base, alright. I'm fine with just doing this though. Alright, we should be getting some more green chunks here, which then hopefully will do this kind of thing in the not too distant future. I gotta eat up some of these pipes, because this is more than what I can do in one time. Okay, this is good. Let's wait for those to come back. Let's make one more safer editing mic, why not? I'll have to figure out himself though what that save does, because I'm not giving it a description. Look at the magic. Oh, well, that was disappointing. Editing mic is not gonna get that save. We've had better. Okay, we're gonna get a couple over here though. Three. And then as we go up more, that should improve. I think we're almost back though. It's just this horizontal. The pipes end over here, the radar network ends over there. We're almost done with this part at least. The radar network going around the oil field here. I do not have belts, so I cannot fix that. Okay, looks like we're gonna be here when we deconstruct that pipe over there. I'm trying to read the new feature with the bot stuff. Yeah, the reserving of stuff. I guess that is more balanced around yeah, roboports than around personal construction bots. It looks like we are having the full inventory thing again. Now I can no longer take off my armor. I can still hot swap it, but that's about it. How many undergrounds can I make? Not really that many. Alright. Let me out. Yeah, that's just, you know, for running back to the base. I should do that. Can we skip this song? Yeah, let's skip it. Let's find something from Glebber. A kilo 10. Transmit Glebber 5. Alright, there we go. Hey, base! I got a base. I almost forgot about that. More pipes, more pipes. Power lines. Ah, there's more power lines in there. I don't think there's much else to do, just to get back to it. The only way it's gonna get done is if we're gonna do it ourselves. Nobody is gonna do it for us. Well, editing Mike won't have a lot to edit on this stream, I'm sure. I think this base needs more pipes. I'm finally making the first ever effort to get rid of a significant number of pipe placements around the base. Okay, let's try the mixed armor. Let's see how that works. I think we're just not going to be able to control enough bots, really. Let's get it out of there. I'll need some of those. Alright, that is a significantly smaller area. 80 bots though. I immediately see the downside. I cannot reach the other side of the cliff now. Okay, so that's okay, I suppose. As now I gotta be really careful though about not letting the bots overcharge, because when they do, you can see it, my movement bonus just drops. My exoskeletons are not working unless my robots are full, because those drain from the battery. So I should first fill these up. Thanks Repucci for the 4th month subscription. Thanks a bunch. And the solar panels are not too bad actually, 50 kilowatts each. 48. Okay, so if I do the mixed armor, I cannot let the bots charge up because that basically kills the exoskeletons. So let's try to not do that. Alright, I'm not keeping up with the hydrates and stuff. Why are we cleaning the pipes? To make more green chunks in the base for the enemies to expand into, because the more chunks we have which can do this, and this is a new one which did not previously exist. It was a red one. Whoa, the music today is a bit dramatic every now and then. So the more of these we have, the better it is, because every time one of these gets selected, it means an expansion elsewhere is not happening. So we want as many of those as possible. And since we got blue sign set up finally, we can now afford to spend a little bit of time doing this. Exos have a power drain. Do they? Do exoskeletons have a power drain? I thought they did not have a power drain. Okay, so this is now full. If I take off the solar panels, speed up time, I do not see a power drain. As soon as I start walking, it will go to 0 though. I don't think there it has any internal buffer. Yeah, there it's gone. Like, almost no internal buffer. Alright, so I think that's all of the pipes on this area. So now it's just a matter of picking up the radar line. And the exoskeletons have started to work. That means these are full. Now we can store up some power then for the night, for the exoskeletons. Okay, I'm just gonna pick this up by hand then. Because this is just a big straight line. Okay, the bots can still do it in the forest though. Okay, the bots are very slow compared to when I use exoskeletons. No, you not get the charge. There is just no good solution for this. The solution for this is just don't build it in the early game. In hindsight, did I really need the radar network? Or was I just paranoid? There's the last one of it. The other ones are in the base. My radar power network, which is specifically for the radars, is only powering 4 radars anymore. 3. So for the first times ever, there is sufficient power to power all the radars. Alright, I'm just gonna grab this. The bots will not fly out reliably. Forgot about that. And I was just gonna let the bots fly back all the way to the base, but I cannot do that. Nothing can go wrong here. This is perfectly safe. Yes, also a radar. Okay, we're no longer clearing up chunks now, so let's switch off the expansion chunk-o-meter. Alright. One pipe, that's not good. Then I would have cut my oil line. Okay, I'm gonna need bot speed too as well. No more radars. 0 radars are on my power line. Why are there 35 assemblers on there though? What the heck? Oh wait, yeah, that's these. These are now sharing. Forgot about that. We did the, you know, belt weaving. You know belt and pipe weaving, maybe. But you didn't know about power line weaving. Power line weaving is not something you normally need to do. Here we go this way. Power line weaving is not a thing in Factorio for normal people. But here we are. This is the base. This was the raiders. Now we gotta painstakingly take every other power line out of there. And that's only because of that chunk border thing. But that is the That is the entire radar power network cleaned up. Radar power network cleaned up. Which means this is now obsolete. Read chat. I think you cut the oil line. Oil pipe is broken. Did I? I did. And the power line still exists there somewhere. Alright. Let's look at the fruits of our labor. If we count the earlier part, which we did by hand, all of these green chunks have been created. This was a really good area, no biter bases were there, so we did this one by hand early on. The other areas are noticeably worse. We got a bunch of chunks here, but this is already our new outer wall, so these 3 chunks are gonna stay red forever. And there's a biter base here, there's an oil field there. This is gonna stay green though. Our previous green chunk border was here. That is a decent amount of new green chunks over here, as well as a couple there. We got a couple down here, not too bad. And we've got a couple down here as well. So probably worth it to do that. I still have the radar network on this side though. Are there pipes here as well? I don't think there are that many pipes here. There are pipes here as well. Forgot about those. Alright. This part, I forgot about that. This part of the radar network works on solar panels, because I cut it earlier. 25. That's a lot smaller though than what we did so far. So we're just gonna try to speedrun that. The grass is definitely greener, that is true. Still gotta get to the rare radars part though. How is it going with Logibots? 900 SPM. What is the culprit? It's probably iron for green signs. It does look to be iron for green signs. My backup line is not working because that's basically just a separate route for iron ore to go. If it's not going to green signs, it goes into the backup over here. Then I'm using the backup to supplement green signs again, so that's obviously not working. The main issue is we're just not getting in enough iron ore. These helper belts are flowing constantly. And it's just not enough with the, I would say, dwindling mines here. But they're not dwindling. I mean, if it starts at 8 million and it's at under 200k, it's not dwindling anymore. It's just empty. 7 million, there's 140k left. It's just empty. There's nothing else to it. Alright, so I gotta commit, either make full armor. I think I'm just gonna... The legs are in the way. I think I'm gonna make separate armor. We're gonna do this. And we're gonna do the one with the legs. And we'll just have to make solar panels for that. But first I want to charge up these roboports here. Alright. Actually no, we're first gonna be running, so let's charge this up instead. That should start charging immediately, since it's day. Where did I pick up 8 underground pipes? Did I break even more? Let's just check the... I cannot. Oh no, I can. Okay, these seem to be pumping. Well, I just eliminated my radar view, so I cannot really look very well. These are pumping. I can look at the oil production graph. Okay, all oil is pumping, so that is okay. Okay, so what do I need to do now then? I just need to go back to this corner down here, I suppose. This could stay. It's out. It's in the wall area. I need to go over here. And finally, the 4 steam engines can join the 2 boilers, which were obsoleted before. Alright, here we go again. I missed the start of the stream. What happened so far? Nothing. This is probably one of the least interesting streams in the series so far. Unfortunately, we are deconstructing pipes which I overplaced in the early game. That is basically what we're doing. I do not have pipes available yet to replace those power lines with, so I should probably start picking up some pipes. I thought we were done, but we're not done. Chunk is blinking though. That's always a good sign. I'm gonna try to do this entire part on 2 times speed. Alright, now we got the dangerous part. We should be able to do this puzzle as well. That should be good. Let's play another round of Biter Jenga. This one is definitely a spawn point. This one should be good. According to the pattern, these 2 should be good as well. So let's grab them and run away. Looks like we're fine. One day we will have robot speed. Yeah, if we can get 1 more level, I'm gonna get it. It's in the queue. It's in the queue. Rocket Silo is in the queue as well, so there is hope at the end of the tunnel. But bot speed is in there. Which one is going to be first? Which one of the unnecessary texts is going to be first though? I think it's going to be the power armor. I think it's going to be bot speed. Because the power armor is not doing that much without having at least a bit faster bots, I suppose. I don't know what's going to be first. Let's go power armor. Now it's feeling bad because we need to wait for the power line pickups and whatnot. It should be perfectly safe. This cliff is annoying. But then again, which cliff is not annoying in Factorio? This episode might get extra legs and then does not use them. That's supposed to be funny. We can multitask our way up this forest again. With my super high range Roboport. Should get the bots to fly out to pick up the power lines on the side as well. Man, this forest is very hard to get through. I'm just checking out the viewer count. I was thinking it's gonna be way lower than usual, but it's basically the same. It kinda always hits me that the more of a grindy job you're doing, the more people are watching somehow. And once you get into the really like the actual strategic bits, then people zone out a lot. I noticed I've had the most viewers I've ever had when I did the like the 28 or like I don't even remember how long it was, like 28 hours or so, where I flew to the Shattered Planet with my first ship. And I even slept for 7 hours during that stream or something. Most viewers I've ever had were during that stream. What can I say? People like pain and suffering. We're definitely going through some of that today. Let's have the bots get their repair fix in, I suppose. This is the base, so we should not make the mistake again to deconstruct that power line. We're not even getting that many green chunks out of this area, I don't think. Maybe 2 over here. 3 for 5. Okay, I'm underestimating this. What is that? That was a misclick. Let's not have the misclicks happen on the biter base area at least. People like pain and suffering when it's other people doing it. This is part of the radar line system. And that one goes all the way to the base here. Alright, let's go there first then. I'm not even gonna switch to the legs anymore. Did you have biter base accidents? Yes, I had one noticeable biter base accident. And that was because of my own stupidity, of course. So I got this border wall thing going on. Let's see if I can find it here. You can still see there's some weird stuff going on here. So everywhere else in the base, the border wall is just to lower local expansion values. But here, it happens to be part of the wall. You can see the right squares from the pipes, they overlap with the wall. Normally when I come here, I just deconstruct 2 pieces of wall, walk through, and then put them back again. And I did that here, and I unleashed a behemoth biter, and that guy started setting some other guys free. I don't know how I did it, but I survived. I was pretty sure I was so close to dying there. I still haven't looked back that clip, but I think it's a pretty good one. It was at the end of the stream 2 weeks ago, I think. It was at the very end somewhere. If you want to look that back, I'm gonna put it in the video if the stream doesn't get deleted before I download it. Okay, so this is the old radar line. Okay, we're still on a rate line. Still on a rate line. Quality ore still flowing in the base. That's a positive note. Sometimes you gotta look at something positive. Do not lose your mind. Probably done with Space Age videos. The long, hard to make yeah, Space Age is hard to make specific challenges for, that is true. And they did do worse than regular Factory. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I guess in general, I consider Space Age to just be a like an overhaul, not an overhaul, like a mod pack, like somewhere in the vicinity of Crastorio and space exploration. Somewhere in between there is Space Age in terms of complexity, as a sort of an overhaul mod. I still never did Rampant. It's been near the top of the list for a while. Okay, nobody's picking up those lines. Nor those. Pick them up. Okay, let's not lose focus now. I don't want to have like bunches of deconstructed stuff everywhere. Yeah, I do agree that it is hard to come up with challenges for this one. That world stuff doesn't make sense because majority of the planets do not have enemies. Okay, that's the pipes out of there. The next pipes are there. I need to do another rampant run with rampant fixed, says Dosh. Yeah, I heard that changes quite a lot. The impossible hack no tech, yeah. On some of the biter bases were so big that they couldn't be done. I couldn't get my gun turrets down fast enough to start out DPSing the biter spawn rate before they basically ate up all the turrets. But later on we came up with a new strategy where we basically started putting turrets very far back and then just started approaching them. And that kinda did work after a while. Okay, we're gonna take down this line here as well. We got some solar panels. I'm faster than the bot, as is apparent, since that bot cannot keep up with me. Alright. So these raiders can stay, we're just gonna put a solar panel on there. Alright, that can stay. That is in between my walls. I forgot I was not supposed to deconstruct the last raider either. Since these are part of... this is part of my scan stuff outside of the walls. Everything that is outside of the walls can stay there because it's not interfering with expansion chunks in my base, and we're on the outside of the wall right now. So in this chunk, we'll place back the raider. Thank you for the quality content. I'm going to sleep. I feel this is a perfect stream to fall asleep to. There's not even a lot of green chunks to be made here. Alright, I'm almost at the lake here. Okay, let's ignore the radar. We'll first pick up the pipes. See if that goes any better. We'll probably figure out how to do this as soon as we're at the end. Then we'll have a good method for this. I didn't miss a pipe, the bots missed a pipe. That happens all the time. Okay, back to that radar line. Okay, this one can actually stay. Because it's in a chunk with a wall. Counts. I think if I just deconstruct in front of me, maybe the bots won't skip anything because there's no bot in the back which can get multitasked. Looks to be pretty consistent. No bot in the back can get selected to multitask picking up any of those lines in front. It's always more efficient to send out a bot for my armor, I suppose. I suppose this raider can stay. Since it's on the actual front line there. I don't really care how far these bots need to fly. Okay, let's go up. Again, the radar can probably stay there. Since it's on the wall. Should be able to delete this. Is this here for specific anti-biter expansion near the wall? Might be. If a biter settlement settles on the coast here, it could go in here. I think this area is not gonna go very green anyway. There's just too many biter bases around. 1, 2, that's over here. 1, 2, over here. So yeah, this pipe blob is fine. Let's just leave it in place. Where do we need to go now? This way. Thanks, Solar Boy. Can't believe I have been here 15 months already. I still remember when I started streaming. The first ever playthrough I did with Krastorio on Dead World, which was mostly an interesting opening. Since okay, we reached the power station. Since Krastorio is not really balanced around Dead World, it is not very easy to get gun turrets or military or anything that helps you against Dead World biters. So it was kind of a scramble to... yeah, one of the usual walk fests, I suppose, to get everything done. And my streams got deleted before I could upload them to YouTube or download them. It was only 2 weeks they were saved on Twitch at that time. I think this is the base. Yeah, there's the base. Let's not cut that. Okay, we're going out to the right here. Looks like if I... yeah, I should have experimented with that a bit before, perhaps. It looks like if I carefully select stuff in front of me, those pickups won't get delayed, but they do anyway, looks like. Yeah, they do anyway. Okay, I just gotta wait then. Try this once more. Okay, nothing gets left behind apparently this time. Don't really know. I think if I would do another challenge, it would probably be something like Space Block or something, where you just start in space. I need to do everything from there. Right, the radar line is gone. So this is the last pipe wall. We just pick up the pipe wall to the ocean and then deconstruct this little last bit of radar, and then we have everything. Then we have everything. And then we can get to the rare raiders part of the title. So we basically redo the radar network, but properly this time with shiny quality, rare quality, long range radars. Okay, let's not eat the power line, it's the base. 1 dot near 0.021. Oh, that's gonna be impossible to find. I will, how will I do that? We could scout from the map editor if anything is still marked for deconstruction. Before it undeconstructs itself. Oh, we're actually making some green chunks here. So let's visualize at least a little bit of it. Here we go, this area. Oh yeah, entire area. Oh, that's not too bad. That's not great though. We used to have radars on a separate power network, so I could starve them. I was only feeding them like 1/10 of the power and thus the boiler pollution from what they usually would generate. That was an early game strategy to not push byte revolution too fast and also keep pollution in check a bit. Currently that's obsolete. We are running mostly on solar panels. Eventually I might even build accumulators, who knows. So we're gonna redo the radar network, because now we value byte expansion chunks more than we do a little bit of pollution. There's still a couple here. Okay, we just go to those byte bases, retract it all the way down to that solar panel field on the left, and that should be it. Yes, okay, you can basically find the edited series on YouTube, which explains exactly what all the green chunks are for. Way better than I would be able to do that off the top of my head right now. Basically give biters fake areas to think they can expand into, so expansions don't happen. That's the super short version of it. Alright, that is we're done, I think. Holy moly, that took a lot longer than I thought it would, even with the bots. Holy moly. We'll take up the solar panels as well. That's it. don't forget about editing, Mike. We're done. Let's redo. Redo is a saying in Factorio. Control Y. Alright, so we did get a couple chunks here, nothing too crazy though. Some of the new chunks are selected. That is good. That means if it weren't, if we didn't clear up this chunk, it would not have been the highest value chunk in the pool, and that means an expansion here could have happened, for instance. Unless there happened to be another chunk in the pool which is also green. But this is basically the new situation. If people want to count again, basically this area here got added, some chunks over here, this area here next to the markers, these chunks over here. This we already had, this was already included. The rest was already included. I think I labeled everything. And these potentially. That's a fair amount. But not a game-breaking amount. Not as many as I would have liked it to be. I think for that we need to have another landfill adventure. We've got 70,000 landfill in stock. Yeah, that is enough to do... How much is one of these 9 chunks things? About 2,000. So 35 times 9 chunks. We could make another 300 chunks on the water with the landfill we currently have. Alright, while I walk back, I wanted to look at the map, but I cannot. So let's walk back first. You know, some people say we can walk faster with legs. Alright, I think now we can switch to a mixed armor, since we are no longer gonna do the annoying deconstruction thing of pipes and power lines and whatnot. So now we'll just be building stuff like mines and bells and builds with inserters and whatnot, which bots might help with a lot, but for which we don't need like the giant amount of bot and the giant range. So let's try again. We'll throw 2 legs in there. And 2 batteries. And see how that goes for us. 80 bots. So what do I do with the other one? I don't want to carry that stuff around all the time. I might just throw the bots then as well. Maybe I should wear this armor. That would probably work a bit better. Right, another chest of pipes. That's a lot of pipes. We're probably gonna make some undergrounds with that or something. Just to reduce the volume. Alright. Time for our inventory again. Holy moly. Let's look at the map now. Alright, so we still got some raiders up, but those are located at the biter bases. I think I'm gonna take those down real quick, because that will interfere with the planning of the rare raiders which we're about to make. Making rare raiders is going to be really quick. They have like a half-second crafting time, so we don't need to start that process just yet. Just need to find where the raiders are. You know what? Before I do that, let's did I save the game? No. Did everything get deconstructed? This is technically cheating, I suppose. The first time I will actually use that information for something. But if I do this... Alright, we missed 4 pipes, a tree, 3 power lines and 1 raider. So those are still hanging around somewhere. I'm gonna guess it's all on the left side of the map, is it not? It's almost all in one area. Alright, so here we got some sections above the electric furnaces. We missed some deconstructs there. And then 4 pipes somewhere around here. That is over there. Okay, that's not dramatic. So next to the iron patch, 4 pipes and then some stuff over there. Is that everything? Let's actually get rid of it. And then see if anything else is still marked. 1 power line somewhere. Where would that be? I fear that the stuff I missed on the right side is already automatically unmarked for deconstruction. Okay, that is like literally in my base, is it not? Yeah, it's right here. Alright, okay, that is not a problem. Dang it, if I reveal all chunks, that is not great. Can look for like any weird patterns. Just real quick, if there's like a big section of green but it's not exactly 1, then there's probably something going on. Alright, I'll check that more thorough in my own time. For now, let's just make some markers on the areas we found, so once we are close by, it's even visible over here. You can see that it is marked for deconstruction, but it has not been removed. The other thing was next to the iron patch. The iron patch, as if there's only 1. This one. Over here. And then a single power line in my base. I'm not even gonna mark that. That's gonna be fine. Alright. Show power grid. Did I not have that on? Then we would be able to easily see if 2 power lines were still connected. Single power lines would just be a single dot though, which is still hard to spot. Yeah, the oil line that was cut, we checked for that, but the oil production has been the same, so that is okay. think oil production has finally dropped under the oil consumption rate though. We're at 25k, where we were at 40k 10 hours ago. Consumption is about 31k if we are researching without any breaks in there. 2 hours to Logibots, not really Logibots, 2 hours to my triple tool belt technology. Logistics bots will be way later. Where I was gonna pick up the raiders. Am I close enough to this? I think I am. Let's finish the job, because next stream I definitely will not remember to go there again. Alright, repair bots doing their thing. Alright, so that deletes this location. Let's look at them. Mining patch. You can see on the belts and the power lines, it used to be a glorious patch. Big brother is no longer watching you. Then we got 1, 2, I guess a couple raiders in here. And then we can pick up that on the way back. Okay, it's night. Let's see if these batteries hold out if I run throughout the night. Well, I think they are gonna hold out. Am I already running past the raiders? They're up there. The battery got down to about 50%. So I think we can even have the third pair of legs in there without running out of power. Alright. Then there's just a couple ones which are left on the edge over here. But everything within my wall. So the double line is my wall. Everything within that area should be gone. Suppose that one is fine. This is all in the wall. And we got a couple one over here. Which is technically outside. All of these are inside the wall. I don't think I'm gonna touch those though. Yeah, let's not go too overboard. I'm begging you, don't make quality logistics bots. What is wrong with quality logistics bots? Just curious. Alright. Last one. Alright, let's make some rare raiders. I've got only half an hour left. How many do I want? I suppose I will make 100. Let's see how many resources do I have before I optimistically start. 100 raiders are not that expensive. They're kinda expensive in green chips. Okay, they're pretty expensive. 32 quality stuffs per raider. But yeah, that would be 3000 resources, which is less than a single chest worth of raw plates. I think I can afford that. So, rare raider. 1000 iron, 500 gears, 500 circuits. Why do I take from that chest? And this one. I'm as systematic as I don't know. Alright, 5 assemblers it is then. And those things go quite fast. I will no. If I will make rare logistics bots, I'll just make them from the rare resources I have stockpiled over here. It's quite easy to make rare electric engines. I've got rare engines here. We just add circuits, then we just add some batteries and steel, and then we just add red chips, and then we have quality logistics bots without grinding for them. 100 rare raiders. Now let's look at one of these. Actually, I already made 4 earlier, I think. Since... can't even find them. Yeah, there we go. We already made 4 earlier. So that's a deadly sin. Now I have made 104 raiders in total. 106 even, huh? Alright, that is kind of unacceptable. I think as a punishment we should make 94 more. Ouch. Am I actually gonna need that many? I don't really know. I could just reload until right before I made the rare raiders. I don't know, it feels like I have plenty of rare quality resources, but maybe I don't. Right. Look at that. The OCD gods can be happy. Exactly half in rare as a normal. In case that's important. Alright, we've got 200 rare raiders, that is. And now all my gears fit in, not in one chest. All these do though. Where was my normal inventory? Man, I'm so fast. The character in the game, I mean. Not specifically me. That means probably these are now kind of obsolete. I made 400 of those. But most of those are gonna remain existing. So it's probably fine. How is it going with the gears? Those should be going to the mining drills. Yeah, I thought about that already. You know what? We'll do that next time. Let's go do the radar stuff. Alright. So what's our visible area? Let's switch on the power network. For the first time in the game, we've got only one power network like a normal person. Look at that. It just goes out to somewhere and it ends. And there's no intersections and power pole weaving going on anymore. Everything looks normal, finally. So I suppose we're just gonna permanently light up everything that we can. Do we have power space? We have 310 megawatts. Of course we are dropping in science because we are ignoring science per minute. Yo, he said a thing. That's normally not a good thing, that means it's the end. Did you ever read that Lua file? Okay, that's an old comment. So somebody has decompiled the code for enemy expansion and it appears that it just works very simple. Out of all the chunks available, 30 are selected at random without any regard for anything. And then the one with the highest value wins. There is some intricacies to that, but in general it's like that. Alright, so now I can see the minimap. If I have a radar. Okay, it still fits on the minimap, the mouse over of where the radar coverage will be. I suppose we are gonna just put one on. Maybe not on every mining patch, but the solar powered radars are gonna die off. I think that's fine. That would match up, but that is too far. Right, the point is I should not be creating new chunks which are... I should not be deleting any green chunks with this. Okay, that's a pretty sizable area though. All the biter bases are visible, so that's fine. Let's just go down. We'll keep the mouse over on the minimap. Not Lua file. The expansion stuff is not in the Lua file. It was like in some hard-coded part of the game. Alright, this still overlaps with the previous areas, that's pretty sweet. Let's throw that in here. Flop, okay. It does occur to me if I would place that one more chunk to the left, it would line up with that one, which is, I suppose, not entirely necessary. Also occurs to me that I might be able to place a solar powered radar in one of these biter bases. That would still be okay. Let's just have a quick look over there. Okay, that does overlap. It even overlaps with the base. So this is definitely going to get a solar powered radar then. It's not going to be connected to the power network because that means I would need to put stuff in these now very shiny green chunks over here. Actually this power line could still go all the way back here. Like it used to before I deconstructed it. Since I'm not gonna be making losing green chunks like this. So I suppose this is an exception to the rule. All the biter bases happen to line up here. That is one tile too far. Alright, so now this area is permanently visible as well, without sacrificing any chunk. That is important. Let's keep going. We're just gonna light up everything permanently, which we have, where we have stuff at least. You know, I always meant to go like this, but then I just went straight, which turns out to be a mistake now, but we could change that. We could green up those chunks by deleting the power line there and just putting it next to the belt area where it actually is now. So I suppose that's just down in this chunk. Stop pushing me to the side. I need the mech armor, man. The mech armor is so nice for manually drawing straight power lines. At a time where people no longer manually draw straight power lines, I suppose, but that is for normal people. Alright. So that should do something. For this area specifically, once we get up there. The bots are definitely feeling terrifyingly slow at this point. That's gonna be another 10 or 11 green chunks right there, just for the price of moving a power line. That kind of does illustrate why those chunks, or why the raiders and why the old pipe network and power lines for the raiders had to go. You saw the effect of just a power line through an area was pretty harsh. Alright. Worth it. Switch it off again because I cannot see the mouse overlap thing. Suppose this is the southernmost chunk we can place it in, if we just find an empty space. Okay, that plops on. Right, then we go right. Looks like we're gonna have a single chunk of not coverage. Okay, can this one be placed? Yeah, it can be placed down one chunk. Probably we want to do that. needs to be placed down 2 chunks. That's not great. Somewhere over here is the overlap area. What if I just place 1 solar powered radar in this over here? Can that be powered as well? That can be powered as well. We won't affect any chunks if we just draw a power line up to this biter base over here. Of course, it's 1 tile off. Alright. Those rare radars are really paying off, man. Now we have, even in the night, we have just constant vision of everything. Around 1300 to 1350 green and yellow chunks. Alright. That means there's a pretty good chance that one of those gets included in the random group of 30, given there are about 30,000 chunks on the map. From a random group of 1350, if there's like 30 pickings, that's like a... You would expect 1 from every 1000 chunks to get selected on average, so if I have 1300 to 1500 or 1300 to 1350 green chunks, the odds are pretty decent that one of them is going to be in there most of the time. Okay, this is a pretty cool biter base. Can we integrate a radar nicely in here? Kinda want it to be on the bottom though, so no. Yeah, maybe like so. You'll do the actual math. That is probably better than me just guesstimating. Okay, we're connecting to the wall down there. There's really nowhere to place a radar without deconstructing any trees. Okay, so be it. Alright. We're never gonna need 200 of these. That already is pretty obvious. Alright, that's my alarm. I have a little bit more time though, but that's just the alarm that, hey, I gotta go, you know, I gotta start thinking about stopping. Okay, one in the actual area here, that is nice. Alright. There's probably a moment I would want to use all 3 legs. But I don't have them anymore, so let's not think about it. No, rare radars consume the same electricity than regular radars, which is an absurdly good deal. Okay, so this is like green area here, so we cannot go in there. The closest we could go is this biter base here. So let's try something else. Alarm at 4:20. I would have said I did it on purpose, but it's already pretty obvious that that is not true. Okay, one at the oil could do the rest over there. Yeah, that's not doing anything. Yeah, let's first go to the oil then. Okay, we're gonna need it on both sides. I have 200 raiders. I might as well spend them on something. It has to be in this chunk, so it might as well be Big Brother it next to the biters here. Just gotta get a power line over there. I think we'll just continue the straight lining thing. Okay, let's not overthink it. Big Brother is watching you. Of course, all the info is in Discord, very searchable. Yeah, it kind of sucks, but there is a separate thread for the expansion stuff, so it should all be, or most of the stuff is in there, at least. So it is actually pretty findable. Am I ever gonna build a bigger oil storage? Probably not, and if so, not over there. I don't really need to min-max the use of raiders that much. I mean, we're having a base that is doing over 300 megawatts, which is basically 1000 raiders worth of power. Yeah, we are in both chunks with this oil pipeline, but this area is so infested with biters, there is no chance that there is going to be green chunks anywhere around here. So let's just pop a raider down here. Yeah, we do want it here. There is no power going to the right there, so let's just go up, I suppose. Okay, let's place it there. Then probably one over here will reveal this area completely. I'm not gonna mess with landfill and letting biters spawn which are near the coast. Like, say this biter could spawn over here on landfill, I could kill it with a turret. It would absorb pollution then again, but it also messes with some expansion mechanics, so which which is kind of dangerous to my my system. So I don't really want to do that, at least not until I experimented with how all that works together. And preliminary results indicate you better don't do it because you're gonna get burned. I think a nice I don't think we can get here with a power line. This is going to be surrounded by green chunks. Yeah, there's green chunks all around it, so there's no way for power to get in there. So this one is just going to be a solar powered one. At least for now. There is stuff in this chunk already. So just a single solar panel will do. We cannot really place anything up there, except there are some chunks which there is nothing in there, so we could place something in there. Okay, I see the chunk. The chunk that's blinking is this one now. Where's the mod? Somebody did the mod. 71.1%. Yeah, that feels kind of right too. 71%. I mean, if there's 30,000 chunks and 30 attempts and 1,000 chunks would be green, you would expect on average on every attempt 1 chunk would get included. Of course, there's going to be times that 2 or 3 chunks get included, and there's going to be times that 0 chunks get included. So that's where the 71% kind of would be coming from, I suppose. Also, I don't really know if I have 30,000. Oh yeah, this is in the way, I think. So there exists 32,000 chunks, but there's only 28,800 chunks with entities, and basically kind of every chunk will have an entity, be it a tree or a biter or a fish. All of that counts. Water chunks are not don't have expansion circles, so the ones that happen to have no tree at all will be compensated for by water chunks without circles. So I think we should go with this number, because this also indicates chunks on the edge of the map and maybe even beyond the edge of the map. Ah yeah, with tiles. So I would say 30,000 is a number that is erring on the side of being cautious still, without grossly overestimating or underestimating the amount of chunks we have to work with. Alright, so where do we still have stuff? I'm running up, but we still have stuff down here, which is powered by not permanent raiders. We definitely gotta get the steel smeltery vision visible as well. Where am I going? Not the wrong way, because we got a landfill bridge. Right, so now the issue is the overlapping with we're gonna be overlapping with the solar power raiders, which makes it hard to view what is there and what is not there. Or what is covered and what not. Alright, if this is going to be permanently visible, then this radar is not doing anything anymore, because this radar has 2 more range. There's plenty of solar radars in there. We'll see. It's mostly about that I get the stuff covered which is inside my base. We already placed a radar over there. It's probably good enough then. Alright. This is pretty decent that we're already at 75% then. That means what we did today actually did have a pretty noticeable effect then. If we went from about 700 chunks to about... No, we had more than 700 already, right? But we added quite a few. Okay, now we're getting in the neighborhood of... Let's put one here. A rare one. I just have alt mode off, alright. Alright. Not too shabby. This is the area which has not been visible all this time. But it's gonna get its own nicely centralized radar. Let's put it there. We got those solar powered radars in there, so I'm not really sure how far this goes. I think if we just have the actual sources visible at all times, we should be good. So we'll just plop one down here. It's got solar radar coverage now, but that won't last. Surely you can remove the old border markers now. But nostalgia. Maybe we'll clean up the map tags at some point. But that's gonna be even more boring than cleaning up pipes. So I suppose we'll wait until we absolutely have nothing else to do anymore before we start messing around with that. Kinda like having the old map border visible though over here. Kinda gives us an idea of how our area has grown over time. If anything, I could get rid of these because that is where the wall actually is on the map now, so that is visible already. Okay, it's night again. Yeah, okay, so we got the patches visible, we got the smeltery visible. We got the entire south side visible. One bot is flying with a repair pack probably. Yeah, it is. So then what do we gotta light up? We gotta light up the northern section. These mines... the solar field does not necessarily need to be revealed in the day. Just go back to the base. We have the trees let us. So we are preventing 3 out of the 4 expansions at the moment. which is good. Gotta kind of find out what good ink, how many green chunks, what effect would additional green chunks have. That would be great to know as well. Looks like copper belt is no longer full either. Just gonna drop one over here. Alright. So if we make like 100 more green chunks, what's the effect on the percentage, and when does it taper off? Basically, what is a good amount of extra green chunks to aim for when the payoff is still there? Okay, you get a big brother is watching you raider as well. No, I did not fix the pipes, did I? Just got rid of the pin. Tired of looking at this pin. Alright. That does not cover the iron mine, so we're gonna place one there as well. That one covers Biter Island as well if I place it over here. Alright, there's some Johnnies here. We might as well give those the honor. Alright, here's one oil field. And then we got another oil field. Is stretching the meaning of the word, but bomb jack. Alright, let's zip to the other side. It's night again, you can have a look. They're pretty decent. So just these mines and this area over here. Then we have everything covered which has actual like infrastructure on there. I think we're gonna place one here as well. That's a task for the bots. We've got another Johnny. Let's give that guy a raider as well. Alright. That covers that copper mine. I'll place one here. At the big one. And it's just down to the oil area here. Yeah, I think that is perfect. Alright, is everything visible then? I think it is. We don't need this area and constant vision. Suppose we need to check again at night. But that's a pretty good field of view. How many radars did I put on the line? 34. Doing 10 megawatts of power. Okay, that is fair. $10 megawatts for radars, that is fair. I think I should not go overboard with that. Alright, in that case, I'm just gonna run back to the base real quick. And that's gonna be the end of the stream. I don't have time for a long outro this time. The alarm already went off quite some time ago. So yeah, thanks for hanging out with me during this one of the most annoying grindy streams since a while. I'll make sure the next one is gonna be a nice builder one again. But it was necessary, man. It was necessary to do this. We gotta keep the biters out for a pretty long time, and maybe even prettier longer time if what I have in mind turns out to be viable. I hope not. I do not want to do it. But yeah. Let's wait for nightfall. End of stream save, and we can quickly have a look at what will be visible when it becomes night. Here's some options, assuming 30k total. Okay, I'm gonna copy paste that. Thanks for the calculations, Laserbeam, and for the counting as well. Gekoloniseerd, yeah, I saw that at the beginning. You should rename yourself to Kost Neon or something. Okay, that should be all the solar powered radars turning off. And we have night. I think everything important is visible. Everywhere where the power lines go is visible, except for the solar power plant and the connections here, which is okay. We don't need to see the iron flow on the belt night and day. So I think I'm happy with that for now. We also don't really want to... So at night those radars are still very much running on steam power, even though in the daytime they're running on solar. So I think this is good enough for now in terms of radar vision. Yeah. Let me just quickly copy Laserbeam's calculations. I'll paste them in my notepad with tons of notes. I need a notepad file to keep track of all my notes already. Yeah, okay, so that's all I got for you today. Sorry for the shorter stream and for being the only one this week. Regularly scheduled stream planning should resume in a week or two, and then I'll have a normal 2 streams a week again. Just quickly. So yeah, I think next time we are going to basically bring science back up to 1000. Probably starting with connecting this mine to the ever dwindling iron so that these belts will be full again. There's now plenty of gaps in those, as you can see. That's probably going to be the focus of the next stream, getting science per minute back up to 1000, and deciding where this playthrough is going to go is going to be pretty soon in reach. Because by the time we are starting with these technologies, we should have made a decision. Because if I will do the alternative plan, which is more difficult and a lot more grindy, we're gonna be here for a while. So that's all I want to say about that. For now, I want to thank you for watching, and hopefully, can I get rid of the text screen? No? Oh, I can. Messed up my outro. Thanks everybody, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.